on that beat, going crazy.
Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube and TikTok. Let's get into it. All right, we have some in pre-market. We had a lot of volatility. This candle here took us from 721 all the way to 716. So let's see if this is going to be a momentum candle taking us all the way down to the 5, which is at 716.51. We'll look for this right here. If there's going to be continuation to the downside. Before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast and affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. And then go to livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted. All right, let's see what we got. All right, we're about to touch VWAP. Before we break, what is this? Let's say 719. There might be a little hostility up in here. So we got to be careful. I'd say within here, let's be careful. Expect the hostility, the volatility. Let's look for a BRR into this lick box here, Discord. So if you're taking a trade, you understand where your stop losses need to be. But, you know, we should, you know, let's give it some time. Let's wait for at least a cycle or two to go by. Let them figure out what they want to do in here. We want to see if they're going to grab liquidity from 719 or 2176. So in here, this is a wide range. This could be hectic. So we really want to clear above above 21 and below 19. Let's be a little patient today. I think there was some news on the straits, so that may be causing the volatility this morning. I didn't get too far into it, but I believe there's some news on the Straits of Hormuz. Let's check higher time frame. Higher time frame says we are sideways, sideways, sideways. Let's see what they want to do inside this little wedge that they're forming here. So if this wedge does play out, let's say they break this magenta here, you know, we can only ask for until 2176. And then also to the downside, if we break the purple, we can only ask for 1899. Let's say 19. But your best bet is going to be to wait until all of this clears. Until this happens, that's going to be your best bet. Here again, inside here, this is your risk. So again, we're going to look for our plays above 2176 and below 19. We're going to see if this is a little fake out stop hunt right here. So let them figure out this lick box first. We see the liquidity building up in here, right? We see it already building up. So when it moves, it's gonna move. Just give it a little bit of time. It'll be obvious. It will be obvious. You'll be prepared. We're right back at market open. This first 5-minute candle, so we had kind of like a hammer, now we have a doji, so we're sideways. All right, we're gonna see if we're gonna build in. We should probably wait a little bit longer, but let me go ahead and. All right, we got to test to see if we're gonna build in purple and break the blue, or build in magenta and break the green. So for puts, we want to test blue to be our puts and then green to be our calls. Now we got to put it to the test. We have some secondary liquidity at 20.58, so be careful here. $20.58, there's some secondary liquidity, be careful. Sheriff, we're testing our theory. We're testing to see if it's the green is for calls. And then so now that we broke the green, we need to test to see if we get to 21.76. But we have to watch out for this secondary liquidity at, what'd I say, 20.58. So we're still in testing mode right now. But in now, the theory is that when we break the green, we buy calls, and then we're going to see if we can get to 21.76. However, there's some secondary liquidity at 2058, so this might be either short-lived or they're going to break this 2058 and give us some motion to the upside while still inside of this blue. And then to the downside, we want to see if the break of this blue is going to be our put scenario to take us to, let's just say 719. You see how this 2058 is giving us resistance? Now, if you did take the green for calls, you need to start protecting this trade. So this blue here is, we gotta watch this blue. And on our 5-minute chart, we're still inside this lick box here. Heavy resistance at 2058. There's probably an order block. There's probably an order block right here at 2058. So if we break 2058 with a strong candle above, then that'll give us some confidence to the upside to maybe 2176. Now we gotta monitor this blue, okay? Gotta monitor this blue because this is where the diagonal liquidity is built up. And then we like to see another blue form, or it should be like around here. It's 2058, heavy resistance at 2058. All right, if we close above 2058, you need to adjust your stops. If we close above 2058, you need to start adjusting those stops. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to be reasonable, or take whatever the money is. It was a good early win. There's a lot of liquidity, horizontal liquidity, right on 2058. A lot of liquidity here, so it's probably going to get hectic. Now we need to see if the week cycle is going to take us, if the week cycle is going to keep us inside this blue or not. A lot of liquidity in this blue, right? Plenty of liquidity in the blue. Remember, this is the danger zone. If you're in here, it's going to be like this. You'll know which one of these is going to play out if we get above 21 or below 19. Now we want to see if the weak cycle is going to keep us inside blue, right? Now for this blue here, I don't know that it's actually going to be here. I'm being preemptive. We're still inside this blue for now. About 2.5 minutes on that 5-minute candle. Okay, and here comes the volatility. Got a minute and a half, little under a minute and a half on this 5-minute candle. Little under a minute. All right, look, if on your 5-minute chart, if we get underneath this, that's where you need to start looking for your puts. I already have it marked out. It's already marked out what we need to be underneath. If you're in calls, you need to adjust your stops, protect your trade. Don't let it go against you. We're gonna see if we get a second bite at the apple at 2081. If you survive the weak cycle, you need to adjust your stops now. Don't let it go against you is all I'm saying. The put scenario is for this short time frame, at minimum underneath whatever I have here, or underneath whatever I have here. So let's say 7. Yeah, whatever I have on the screens, they're accurate. I'm just gonna slide this over just a little bit. Okay. So we broke the green, retested the green. You better protect this trade. Now look, I got lucky that this is where the blue was. I just got lucky. I didn't know it was gonna be here, but even a broken clock is right twice a day. Protect your trade now, right? If you took the trade off of green, you gotta protect this trade. You gotta protect this trade, follow whatever your exit strategy is. So if you took green and you wanted to take at, on the first wave, take money at the first wave. If you took green and you want to hold for the weak cycle, then you're holding for the weak cycle. It's always going to be the same thing. We always know what the risk is. It's never going to change. It's always the same thing. You'll recognize the patterns eventually. You'll recognize. Well, I'm already telling you what the pattern is, right? You just got to survive the red candles. You just gotta survive, and don't be greedy. And even if you made $3 here, take the $3. Be okay with that, because now you're gonna have that ammo for next trade. You're gonna have the ammo. You can take that forever. This wave one was a bit crazy. This first wave a bit crazy, but at least now you have some room to adjust your stops. Remember, I told you, I'm not telling you to stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust, be reasonable. Don't forget, I already drew this a long time ago. A long time ago, we already drew this. So we had to have some idea. We have to have some idea, right? And if they want to go down, wherever I have this right here is going to be ideal. So if you're on the 1 minute chart, the reason why I put this other blue here is so you understand this blue is not going to be the one. It's going to be this one. Whenever this one forms, that's what we want to look for. And on the 5 minute chart, it had to be underneath. What is this? 720 ish. It had to be underneath here minimum, because I already put this play here, right? Now it may not go exact to whatever this is. What is this? It may not go exact to 721. Wherever I have this here, it may not go exactly there, because remember, I'm freehand drawing this stuff. I'm you know, it's a lot of I guess you could say it's a lot of educated guesses. But I get lucky sometimes. I get lucky sometimes, right? So if you're waiting for an entry, like let's say you didn't get in on the green here, then you got to wait for up here. Another thing we have to remember, the plays aren't 45-second plays, right? They're more like 15, 20, 25, 45 minutes. That's how long the plays last. So if you're in and out in 45 seconds, you're only going to get 45 seconds worth of money. But this right here, I don't know. Looks kind of good to me. It's almost like someone already knew that it was going to go up here. It's almost like we knew that was going to happen already. All right, now look, we're at key level. So figure out what you want to do with your life, okay? We are at the key level. Now you figure out what you want to do with your life. If it goes up from here, great. But this was an amazing trade, right? That was an amazing trade. Chen, once you join, you'll get access to all the charts, and then once you have access to the charts, you can always flip between all the charts that I have, and you'll see what the setups are. You'll already know way ahead of time. I'm always going to be ahead of it. So when I'm drawing something like this, that means that our best setup for puts has to look something like whatever it is I just drew. right? Meaning here's a head and here's probably a shoulder. Now, this would be our best setup for puts, meaning I haven't expect that we need to grab liquidity from somewhere. So this is why I drew it exactly the way I did. If it goes up from here, great. It just means we're still in this blue. That's all that means. Now we're getting close to key level, so start adjusting your stops. This wave one was kind of crazy, but this is why I asked you. You need to figure out if you're going to hold for the week cycle. If you're going to hold for the week cycle, great. If not, then take the money and be happy. Don't be upset. Matter of fact, the lesson that we learned is hold for the week cycle. We're figuring out who we are as traders. That's what we're figuring out here. Once you understand, you'll be robotic. The red candles won't be so scary. You know, if we get below whatever this is I have here, this level here, if we get below this, then you'll know, okay, maybe I should stop out. But luckily, none of that ever happened. What we do see is retest of the key level. Or excuse me, a test of the key level. Here, I'm just gonna run this off the 5-minute chart. All right, to everyone on YouTube and TikTok, everyone watching, there's no way I could have known this was going to happen before, right? There's no possible way. If you're interested in getting access to this 5-minute chart, go to the website livespytrading.com. It's very simple. You see what's happening right in front of your face. I don't need to explain anything else. This has been on here since early this morning. This has already been on here. If you want access to this 5-minute chart, this is how we make the money. You need to go to the website, livespytrading.com. The answers are right in front of your face. This was an easy, excellent, I'm not going to say it was an easy trade, but you know, it was kind of obvious. Why? Because I already put the answers on the screen. I already put the answers on the screen. You know, you're talking about at least 20-30 minutes in advance. At least 20 or 30 minutes in advance. So now if you're looking for puts, something like this would be ideal. So you got to wait for all this to happen. Let me redraw that. I could do better than that. Otherwise, we're just in blue until we're not. Nope, I don't like that one either. If you're interested in learning how to trade, if you want to do this and you want to make something, a different type of life for yourself, go to that website down below. The answers are right in front of your face, live and in real time. I can't make this up. Everyone saw me draw this. Everyone saw me draw this early this morning. Everybody. I didn't even go into the secret room. But what I did do is I left it for the Discord members. If you're on YouTube or TikTok, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be difficult, I'm telling you. Because the answers are on the 5-minute chart. I give the answers away. Way ahead of time. You don't even need to think. You don't even need to think. Because I have a whole strategy all planned out for you way ahead of time. Very simple. Now, if you hesitated on green or hesitated on the break above, what did I say, 2058? If you hesitated on any of these, you gotta wait for this now. Now you gotta wait for something like this. But look, we're still in this blue until we're not. So while we're in this blue, we're probably not interested in puts. And then if this blue right here does break, or if this one breaks, you can only ask for this one right here. If this one breaks, you can only ask for, what is this? The top of this lick box right here. If we get below this lick box, all right, then let it go for a little bit. But in the short term, we're in this short-term uptrend. So if you're gonna scalp, from blue to blue, that's all you can ask for. From this blue, wherever it breaks, to this top of this lick box, that's all you can ask for. But as far as the charts, we did all right today, right? Look how perfect that is. Look how perfect that is. I mean, it was, let's see, 2170. I think I was like 6 cents off. 6. Out of an ETF that cost $721.72, I was 6 cents off. Come on now. Come on now. This seems fake. There's no way. There's no way. This seems fake. I get it. There's no way this could be real. But we'll see what happens, right? So we're in blue until we're not. We're in blue until we are not. But if this does happen, you got to donate my brain to science. I think this lick box here is going to tell us a lot. This lick box here is going to tell us a lot. We're high above the water, so let's see if we survive another weak cycle. As for me personally, I thought this was going to be a break, a retest, and a reject of the lick box. So I went in and then immediately, immediately it got ugly, and then I had to survive this. I went in very late. I didn't take green. I thought it was going to be a break, retest, and reject. So once I saw it starting to lift up off this lick box, I was like, okay, I know what to do here. And then immediately it started going against me, like kind of ugly. Luckily, I had my stop below the last low, right? I had it below the last low, and I also had this little flexion right here. Hold on, let me focus really quick. All right, I'm gonna take some off the table right here. I'm gonna take something off the table here, and then I'll let the runners run for a little bit. Not too much though. I'll probably leave the runners at second wave. Oh, Andre, is that where you went in? Somewhere around here as well? Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. I was late. I was a little late. I think I was just talking too much, but once I saw this wick right here, I was like, okay, I have an idea. And then immediately after, I was like, oh man, now it's time to bite my toenails because this drawdown was not comfortable. And then this big red candle kind of scared me out, but I had a fair amount of distance, so I had a fair amount of distance. Okay. Now we're making money. Now we had a good day. I'm probably gonna adjust my stops because, yeah, second bite at the apple up here. I'm probably gonna adjust my stops, and I'll probably let my runners run on this blue right here. So I'm gonna leave my runners on this blue, and I'm gonna use my first set of contracts. I'm just chasing this now because I want to take something off the table. So now we were able to test to see if the break of this green, and it actually retested the green. We're going to see if now we tested this green exactly at a key level, right? So all right, my first set got taken out right here. My first set of contracts just got taken out. I'm going to let my runners run for a little bit. My runners are going to run on blue. Or sometimes I get nervous and I'll just go back to second wave. So I might leave him on second wave. Yeah, I'll leave it at second wave. If we get below second wave, then I know, either way, they're still good, still in profit. So at least I'll give myself a chance to see the weakness coming in blue before I get out. But I think this is a good trade. Very good trade. All right, look, if also for newcomers or people that want to join, if you join, I want to be very clear. This is not a get rich quick scheme. That's not what this is. It's going to take you time, number one, to understand the setups. Number two, to understand the way I speak, because I don't speak like every other whatever other streamers doing this. I don't speak like them. I have my own way of speaking. You know, whatever makes sense in my simple mind, I try to make it simple. I try to make it simple for, you know, students that had a 1.6 GPA like me. If you had a 1.6 GPA, you'll be fine. Sometimes the higher level students, you like to overthink stuff. Sometimes you like to overthink. And the overthinking is going to lead to emotions, and the emotions are going to lead to messing with your stop too soon. You're not going to let it play out the way you should. So sometimes being smart works against you, especially in day trading. So what I'm saying is, I have a whole entire strategy on how to do this. An entire strategy written out. So when you join, you go into the Getting Started channel and you start the work. And I recommend you paper trade for some amount of time. I have a leveling system on how to level it, how to level your account. Paper trade for a little bit. There's nothing wrong with that. And I know you're like, well, I don't want to spend $150 just to paper trade. However, this is not a get rich quick scheme. It's going to take you time. I'm not here to lie to you. And this isn't for everybody. And if you're not going to give yourself that time to build up a paper trade account, then, you know, any critique you're going to have is only going to be on yourself. It's not going to be critiquing me. Because if I'm telling you exactly what you need to do to make it profitable for yourself, and I'm telling you ahead of time, this is not a get rich quick scheme. I know it may seem like that. I know we did very good today. But, hold on, let me adjust. Okay. See, I told you I was going to let these runners run. I told you I was going to let them run. I'm finally getting better. I'm getting better. But look. Hold on. All right. I have a whole entire leveling scheme on how you can level your account, and it starts with paper trading. And you're gonna hear me say, look how easy the trade was, look how much money we printed. You're gonna see other people in the Discord also saying, look how much money I printed, stuff like that. You can't let that take you off your path. Everyone has it's a very individual, very unique path you're gonna take. So what I'm trying to say is, take your time. And if you're not gonna do step one, which is paper trade until you get that paper trade account to a certain level before you start risking real money. So yeah, you're gonna pay $150 for the month, by the way. A month, you're gonna pay that $150 to see if it's even a thing for yourself. You've wasted $150 on beer. You've wasted $150 on drugs and OnlyFans and things of this nature. So at least put it towards something to benefit yourself, right? But what I'm trying to say is, it's not a get rich quick scheme. It's going to take you time. You're going to have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. And this, to me, was uncomfortable for me, but what am I going to do? I had to let it play out. And what did I rely on? I relied on the fact that we're above the water. I relied on the fact we're above the water. There's no reason for me to leave the trade. And also, I had a path showing where my out was. I also have a liquidity box here, which definitely would have showed me where my out was. So there's no reason for me to leave the trade. Because I know if I get this one wrong, if I was wrong on the calls here, then I know exactly where the money is. I know exactly where the money is. So when you join, if you're not going to give yourself that time, then you only have yourself to respond to. You only have yourself to respond to. If you're not going to do the bare minimum, then what do you expect? What do you expect? If you want to make this a thing for yourself, I'm telling you, we're in blue until we're not, yada, yada, yada. I told you what we could expect for these calls. If it goes above, great. But this is our put scenario here. It needed to look like this for our put scenario. So if you're not willing to wait for that, if you're going to let the red candle scare you out, this isn't for everybody. It's not for everybody. And if it's not for you, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Because this is the hard thing. And it's only hard because the emotions get involved. If we had the ability to take a trade and then just walk away and know when it's time to come back, everything would be easier. But, you know, unfortunately, we like to sit here and stare at the candles and stare at the charts and feel victory. We like to be there in real time to feel the victory. But there's also something called the agony of defeat. And when you see the red candles, it's agony. I get it. I know. But this isn't get rich quick. It's a process. And if you're not going to at least grow that paper trade account to a certain level, then you're working against yourself. Just give yourself that time. And look, the plays, they're not 45 seconds. If you're taking 5, 6, 7 trades in a day, you're messing up. You're doing it wrong. That's not how this works. Because it takes about 40 minutes, 30 minutes to set the play up, first of all. The plays usually last for like 45 minutes or so. Maybe, you know, it could go longer, but, you know, maybe 25 to 40 minutes they last. And then you have to wait another 40 minutes to set the next play up. So there can't be, you know, 6 or 7 plays in a day. Like, mathematically speaking, it just can't be like that because we don't have that much time. Right? We're doing 0 DTE contracts. Maybe later on the day you're doing 1 to 2 DTE contracts. So mathematically speaking, it can't be 5, 6, 7 trades in a day. It just can't work like that. So if you're doing the opposite of everything I'm saying right now, you need to reset, go back to the paper account, right? Work that paper account for a little bit. Just work it for a little bit. It'll be worth it. Believe me, it'll be worth it. I know I'm just a random voice on the other end of the screen, but I need you all to win. I need you all to win. And I'm telling you how to win. I'm telling you how to win every day. Every day we do this. This isn't unique. It's very important to me that you all win. And, you know, sometimes we feel like losers when we take the $3. Sometimes, and if that's where your mind state is, you still, hold on, let me adjust. If you took $3 and you feel like a loser, your mind's warped, because this is a process and it's going to take you time before those $3 turn into $300 in one play. It's going to take time for that. So when I'm telling you, take the $3, and then once you take the $3, if the play keeps going in your favor, this is when you collect data, because this is a business. You should be collecting data for yourself. Okay, last time I took a play here, LST said yada yada yada, and this was the result. Because this is all averages. This is all probabilities. No one knows what's going to happen except for me. I'm kidding. But no one knows what's going to happen. This is all probabilities. All we're trying to do is stack the odds in our favor. And when LST is saying a certain amount of things, if this happens, and if this happens, and if this happens, and if all those things happen, then we know the odds are in our favor, right? It's not always going to look pretty, but, you know, that's why I always warn you, don't stay focused in your brokerage when you take a trade. Go back to the charts that we're working on, that we're looking at. If you stay focused in your brokerage, you're going to mess yourself up. I'm just going to adjust. I'm just going to adjust. Damn, I want to stop myself out, but I told myself I was going to wait till blue, but I don't know if I'm going to wait till this blue. Because this blue could be sharp. So, it could be a sharp drop. And I'm probably not willing to survive another week cycle, so I'm going to start chasing this now. Now I'm going to start chasing this. I don't think I'm going to survive another cycle, so. But this was a good trade, right? From, what is this? 2057. I got stopped out up here on my first set of contracts, 21. And then, yeah, I think this is a good trade for me. Very good trade. Normally, this probably would have stopped me out normally. This wave right here normally would stop me out. But luckily I was doing a lot of talking. The reason I didn't get stopped out here was because we still stayed firm in the blue. In this blue here. So I wasn't really concerned here, but I think normally I chase this too soon. And that's from being in my brokerage and not looking at the actual charts. Whenever I see this right here, bang, these three green right here, I like to move, this is a long time ago. I usually like to move my stop, right? Because I have this weird expectation that it's just going to keep stacking. And then I would tell myself, all right, just put it in the middle of the candle or below the candle or something like that. Now I have, I have targets that I'm trying to hit, or I have an exit strategy, right? Maybe the legs are going to close, something like that. Whatever the exit strategies, those are the same ones I use. Sometimes I have to do a hybrid. It all depends on the price action. But there's no shame in building that paper trade account. Build that paper trade account. It's going to be it's going to be a really good investment in yourself. And it's going to cost you $150. I am not hiding anything. And this isn't for everyone. But if you're not willing to, number one, do the paper trade account until it reaches a certain level. And also, if you're not willing to follow the rules, like stop taking 7 or 8 trades in a day, then, I think the problem is probably not the strategy we have here. The problem is your emotion, your impulse. You have an issue with impulse, and you need to, and this type of stuff. Damn, this one just got me. I should have waited for blue, but this one just got me. So, whatever. All right, I'm out of the trade. That was a good trade. But I'm out of the trade. I should have waited for blue. I should have waited for this to break. At least for this one to break. This one, I probably don't want to deal with this, but I could have at least waited for this one to break. Anyways, that was my spiel for the day. Might see a little weakness coming in blue, huh? All right, hit the like button if you want some good luck today. We don't really need luck, but we don't want to rely on luck. We want to rely on the data. Look, the only put scenario is I already have it here. This is the only put scenario we have available. Otherwise, we're just, we're in calls, right? So we probably have, if it does break this blue here, then here, look, I'll draw the path real quick. Like this, like this, like this. All right, all the setups are are on the 5-minute chart. So for Discord, all the setups are already on the 5-minute chart. It's already there. You don't even need to think. So here's the, we're in blue until we're not, first of all. So we're in this blue until we're not. Okay, I'm going to step away for a second. I'm going to circulate some blood. I suggest you do the same. Or if you're in the trade, adjust your stops. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to adjust. And you don't have to trade like me. Just because I stop out doesn't mean you need to. We all have different risk tolerances. You don't know how many contracts I bought, things like this. So don't worry about what I'm doing. Worry about what the charts are telling you. The charts are going to rule the day. Don't worry about me. The charts are going to tell us. Whenever one of these things happen, then we'll know. Then we'll know. We'll have a really good idea, and we understand the risk already. I've already planned out everything for the next however long, couple hours at least. So it looks kind of grindy, kind of grindy and choppy. We're in blue. All right, I'm gonna step away for a little bit. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. All right, so we broke this blue. We broke the blue. Okay, protect this trade, okay? On the break of this blue here, you got to protect this trade now. Because we're at the risky spot. All right, let's see if this, if the break of this blue, let's see if it gets us to underneath the water. If it does get us underneath the water, then you can look to 2081. And then if we get a bull cycle underneath 2081, then we're going to look for the rejection of 2084. So a lot needs to happen. Okay. 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 Yep. Yep. Exactly. Look, I guess I'm gonna tell YouTube again. Oh wait, hold on. Am I? Why is this doing this? Okay. I'm gonna tell YouTube and TikTok again. All the answers are on the 5-minute chart. If you want to get the answers to the hold on. Hold up. Hold up. See, I'm not upset I took my profit. I'm not upset. And now I'm at key level again. It's okay. You can't catch them all. It's okay. No big deal. Look, we're at the next risk level, right? So we went from blue. If you took the break of blue here, that was 2156 all the way down to 2089. This is good money. This is good money. Now we got to see if we're going to break and retest 2084. Very simple. We have about 3 minutes left on the candle, a little over 3 minutes. If you're waiting for this, wait for it. Wait. If you're waiting for this, wait for it. The question is, why did you see so much downside? Why did I see downside? I didn't. I didn't see. I don't know. I just know where the risk is. It's either going to be here. If we get underneath here, then. But you know, this is why I always tell you guys, where the risk is. I'm always going to tell you where the risk is. And it's going to be easy to identify once a certain thing happens. Once we broke this, if we start retesting this and rejecting, why did I see so much downside? I don't know how to answer your question. I honestly don't know how to answer your question. I don't know. Whatever I drew, I just drew it. This candle right here is tricky. A little over a minute on this candle. Let's see how it finishes. To answer your question, Jones, why did I see the downside? Because it just had to be like that. If there was going to be, it just has to be, right? It's always the same rules. We're in blue until we're not. Once we break blue, then, this would be the first stop. If we get below 21.24, this would be the next stop. If we get below 21.81, or excuse me, if we get below 20.84, then this is probably the next stop. Doesn't mean it has to be exact or it doesn't mean it is going to happen. It's just, this is the probability. The odds are in our favor. If this happens, the odds are in our favor. If this breaks, the odds are in our favor. And the only reason I said the break of this blue was because look at how much liquidity, because remember, liquidity goes diagonal and horizontal. So once this diagonal liquidity breaks, it has to go, they got to fill the order somewhere. And luckily for us, I already have these key levels marked out. So, you see they're dancing on the key level. That's not an accident. So these key levels that I have here, they're kind of useful. Now we're going to see if we can use this magenta to help us out. Let's see if we do this underneath this teal here. There's secondary liquidity right here on this teal, okay? So we're in the magenta. This is how the magenta is gonna help us. We're in the magenta. And then, yeah, we gotta see if we do a dance inside here. Now look, ideally, we like to see a break, a retest, and a reject. Ideally, if it breaks and just shoots down without us, my bad, right? There's nothing we can do about that. If you didn't already take the trade and chasing it, there's nothing we can do about that. Look, we're dancing on this lick box again, right? We know this lick box has, we know this means something. Why? Why does it mean something? Because look at all the chaos on the lick box. Which is why I'm saying our best bet is to wait for something like this, the break and the retest. You know, let it be obvious. If it breaks in one candle and it just shoots down, you know, my bad. There's nothing we can do about that. I probably... It might need to be like this, but I'm going to put it back how it was. I don't want to make it look like I'm cooking the books, so... And I think this way will be even safer anyway. So we'll leave it the way it was. I think this is the safer play. We're in this magenta. And then if we break this green, then... If we break the green on a break and retest, then we'll look for 2261. Wait, what am I doing? Why did I just do that? Why did I just do that? I did it for a reason, and now I don't know what it was. Damn, don't get old. Don't get old. It's not worth it. I forgot why I just grabbed this green, but... Okay, we're just going to start from here. So look. Now we're in magenta, right? I told you this magenta is going to help us. We're going to use this magenta to help us out on the break of blue. Now we're using magenta to help us to get to our key levels. I guess I can mark it out here. Okay. Okay. If you took underneath 2084, you need to protect this trade, okay? You need to protect this trade if you took underneath 2084. If you're going to wait for the retest, then wait for the retest. If you're taking the break of, then you know you need to chase it, or you need to adjust your stops. Be reasonable. I'm just going to clean up this chart real quick. VWAP, let me see. Oh, okay. Dang. It was VWAP. Right on the lick box. See, I'm telling you guys, we don't need indicators. We don't need indicators. LST is the best indicator you're gonna get, because this is all right. Protect your trade now, okay? We're gonna get in the hectic zone right here. Protect your trade. This is too easy. This is actually too easy. All right, now look. Also, we're coming up to the bottom of this. What is this? This color? Shit. Magenta. We're coming up to the bottom of magenta. So if it wants to bounce around inside magenta now, we gotta be prepared for that. We gotta be prepared for the bounce around inside magenta. So we know all the risk. We don't need to think too hard. You just gotta let whatever needs to happen, let it happen. Our best bet is to let the charts tell us, I'm already drawing out the path. From this point here, we only had one option, which was to the downside. And I told you where the risk was. It's either gonna turn around here, it's either gonna turn around here, and we have a final, the final boss right here. This is the final boss right here. And then you can only target to either 1956 or the bottom of the lick box. Right, so this is what we want. We want to see the retest. So now if you're waiting for the put, now you get another opportunity. But look, the break of blue, this was the call out, right? The break of this blue was the call out. All right, let me start keeping track. The call entry was here. We had our put entry. You could have took either one, but I think for safety, I think everyone probably agreed with this one here. I guess we could have said this one, but I told everyone out loud that this would probably be the better one, so I'll go ahead and hold myself accountable. This guy's using his phone. What the hell? DC, you're a savage. You are a wild man, DC. You are wild. He's using his phone. Gee, cheese and rice. Let me not say the Lord's name in vain. You're a savage. He's using his phone and printing money. I love to see it. I love to see it. But, the market's been very good to us. Been very good to us last few days. And now, I'd like to use DC as a good example. Now, DC's been with us for a while, but now DC, you can see that you're starting to see the patterns. You're starting to recognize when I say, hey, look, this blue has a lot of liquidity. We're in blue until we're not. Look at the money we're printing right now. Look at the money we're printing right now. Get out of my face. Look at this money. Woo-wee. God dang, it feels good to be a gangster sometimes. All right, be careful. We're coming up to this bottom of magenta again. Look at this money. Anyways, like I was saying, hold on, let me adjust. All right, look, while I was saying I'm gonna pick on you, DC, for a little bit, that now you see the patterns. Now you're understanding when LST says so-and-so, we got a high likelihood. Look at the money we're printing. All right, Andre Roldan. Andre Roldan for the win. Look at this money. Look at the money. Can you believe there's only 15 and like 2 of them are me. There's only 15 people watching this. There's someone on the internet right now talking about bulls are here, bulls are here. There's someone on the internet right now with 1,000 people watching and they're all losing money. That's insane. That's all right. We got 15 strong in here. 15 strong or 14 strong. 14 strong, dedicated. Look how perfect this is. I told everyone that this is going to happen right here. I literally said it right here. Come on now. Look at the money we're printing. I'm the best to do this. It's done. We don't need to think anymore. I don't need to think. It doesn't get any better than what's happening right in front of your face. All right, tighten up. Time to tighten up, right? We're at key level now. We hit key level. Anything reasonable from here is going to be a BRR underneath. What is this? Underneath the lick box. Anything reasonable here, okay? If you're waiting for an entry, if you hesitated on all that, you have to wait till underneath this lick box. That's just what it is. Yeah, the lick box is going to be, you have to wait. If you're in the puts already, if you can hold for the BS right here, because it's probably going to get hectic right here, then, you know, we want to look for the bottom of the lick box. Look at the money. Look at the money that just got printed. Woo! Woo! Burnell. Speller. Look at Speller. You see what's happening, Speller? Hey, I can't. I'm the best to do this. I can talk my shit because I back it up with data. I'm not going off of vibes. Look, I'm going to give you another entry right here because I literally told you what was going to happen. Right? I told you it was going to dance right in here. Remember, I'm doing this ahead of time, not after the fact. I'm not going to show up with a whole bunch of screenshots after the fact saying, look, I told you so. I appreciate you, Speller. I appreciate you. But look, I'm just going to be honest. When you join the Discord, you have access to all my charts. We already knew what was going to happen. This is in the Discord. We already knew what was going to happen way ahead of time. From right here, I only gave them one option. Down, down, down. Look at the money we just printed. Oh my goodness. There's only 16 people watching. There's only 16 people watching this. This is crazy. Yeah, Speller, we do it every day. This isn't new to us. We do it every day. We got somebody trading off the phone. Trading off the phone. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money. I don't even need to say anything. There's 1,000 people watching Top Trading Edge right now. I feel so bad for them. I feel so bad. I just want to help people. Look at this money. But look, the actual money is in the Discord. I'm not lying. This is the truth. The truth is, I only gave everybody one option here. We only had one option. Doesn't mean I'm going to be right every time, but even a broken clock is right twice a day. But it's been 3 times a day, so it's been 3 times. We've been right 1, 2, 3 times today. So man, that clock is acting up, right? Speller, when you join, take your time. It's not a get rich quick scheme. It's not a get rich quick scheme. It's going to take you a little bit of time, okay? But dang, this one got me. I was chasing it. All right, this is a good trade. This one got me right here. This was a good trade. Look at the money we printed today. Oh my gosh. Look, you couldn't pay me. There's no amount of money you're going to offer me to be a lawyer, doctor, engineer. It's not going to happen. I'm not taking a pay cut. Right? I refuse to take a pay cut. Doug TV with the 350%. Come on, baby. I love to see it. I love to see it. And look, if when you join, you're not going to follow the strategy, if you're not going to follow exactly what I'm saying, then, you know, when you decide it's not for you, you can only tell yourself. You can only look at yourself and be like, I didn't do it right. Don't look at LST and be like, LST, you're trash. No, no, no. Because my work is proven every day. You need to talk to yourself. Have a real deep conversation with yourself and say, I didn't do it right. Don't blame LST. Take responsibility for your own stuff. Because this isn't for everyone. There's nothing wrong with that. TikTok, let me hook you up. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to the website right there, livespytrading.com. I will get you sorted out. It's not a matter of if, but when. It's very simple. We do this every day. Xavier, every single day we do this. Every day. I'm on YouTube. Go to Live Spy Trading on YouTube. And you're going to see the little eyeball there on the right. Hold on. Let me see if I can let these runners run a little bit. I want to see if I can let my runners run to the 5. I don't know if I'm going to hold them that long, though, because I don't like this volatility. So my first set got taken out with this green. Now I'm going to adjust my stops on the runners. Probably to this green. Look at the money we printed today. There you go, Doug. Hey, that's what you need to do, Doug. Now you're getting it, brother. We can't sit here and do this all day. There you go. Claps for Doug. Done for the day. Exactly. This is what you need to do. This is the only way we can grow the account. If you sit here because you missed a trade and you're like, well, I'll get the next one. You're going to ruin your account. I'm telling you right now. It doesn't work like that. I've been here. I've been there and done that. I've done it for too long. I know how it works. Take the money 350% in a matter of minutes. Listen, you're the winner, okay? You won today. There's no reason to sit here and do this anymore. Tomorrow's another day, and it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be the same thing tomorrow. Now you're starting to get it. This takes time. This isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. And I'm teaching everyone how to fish. I'm not giving you fish. And let me tell you, there's other channels that are giving away rotten fish. They're giving away rotten fish. We got sushi up in here. We got the rainbow roll, which is it's not really sushi. Oh man. I need to adjust the stops for this for these runners here. Oh my god, this one just got me. I effed around and found out. Okay, I'm out of the trade. I effed around and found out. I wanted to hold until the 5 and come on, man. Rookie. I effed around and found out. Okay, well, I'm not upset. Because I wouldn't like this type of drawdown. This is too much for me. So if it goes from here, great. You know, I was trying to hold to the 5, but I chased it. I chased it a little too tight, and I got stopped out. My runners got taken out. My first set got taken out with this big green. I moved the runners, and I got taken out somewhere in this candle here. So this was, I mean, textbook. And look, here's the thing. We didn't need VWAP, right? It just so happened to line up exactly on the top of our lick box on a break and retest underneath the lick box. It just so happened to line up. I didn't know that shit was going to happen. One of the members had to tell me that's on VWAP. One of the members had to tell me that my flexion point here was VWAP. There's no one in the world doing this. Nobody in the world is doing what I'm doing. I'm telling you, this is very unique. Like Liam Neeson, I have a very special set of skills. And Jones, when you ask me, why did I know that there's going to be some pullback here? That's like asking the magician, how'd you do your trick? Because there's always going to be that, if I'm like, haha, look at this rabbit that I had from underneath my hat. There's going to be some little 8-year-old. If I told everyone the trick, there's going to be an 8-year-old in the crowd saying, he's got a dead rabbit underneath his coat. I can't tell everyone my tricks, or else it wouldn't be cool. I wouldn't be the cool guy anymore. Little 8-year-old ruining my show. Let me have my show, 8-year-old kid. There has to be some logic, is what I'm asking. I know you did good. I know you did good. I know you did great. Oh, he said great. He didn't say good. He said I did great. Yeah, we all did pretty good. The logic behind it, shit. That's a good question. What's the logic behind it? Okay, I got the answer. The logic behind it is just a pattern. Right? How many times have you guys seen me draw this same exact pattern? That's the logic. I just recognize the pattern. To answer your question. Okay, here's another answer to your question. And this one's probably the most this one's probably more valid. No, I think they're along the same lines. Okay, so all right, so let me see if I can answer your comment. I'm trying to answer and be like reasonable, because in my head sometimes there's just like a circus going on, like play the circus music. It's just a lot of lights and pictures. Let me see. What was the logic behind? Brother, what's the answer? I don't even know how to answer it. You stumped me for the first time. I'm stumped. The logic behind it. Man. Okay, here, look. That's like asking, why did I put the flexion here? And then how did I know, 45 minutes, an hour in advance, that's exactly where VWAP was going to break and retest? I don't know how to answer that, right? Remember when I said the lick box probably should be here, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to leave it where it needs to be because I don't want to cook the books. And I even said this one would be safer. It's just experience, man. I stare at these charts all day, every day. So it's just experience. That's probably what the actual answer is because I stare at the chart so much. But something else I want to say. You're welcome, Doug. You don't have to thank me, brother. You did the work. And you also invested in yourself. So you invested in yourself, Doug. I didn't. You made the investment in yourself. Right? If you don't invest in you, no one else in this world is going to do it. No one else in this world will do it. Yeah, don't take any more trades, brother. You're good. You win. What was it? From 73 to 199? Yeah, that's a goddamn win, man. Jones. Oh, shit. Jones is crazy. Jones is actually insane. Damn, that's a good day, Doug. That's a good day. And watch. Imagine when you start doing multiple contracts, brother. Imagine. When you start doing multiple contracts, everything's gonna... But don't... Take your time. Take your time. Don't let today be like, oh shit, I found the infinite money glitch. Time to, bet the entire portfolio. That's not what we're doing here. If you start to think like that, you're gonna ruin yourself. That's greed infecting your mind. When the greed gets in there, when you start seeing just money, 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 it's gonna infect your mind. You need to like learn how to harness it. Once you learn how to harness the ability, and you can have a little bit more control, which is, you know, you're gonna have to be humble about it. You can't just be, you know, a lot of contracts every single time. It's gonna take time. That's all I need to say. But I just don't want you to over leverage. It's very important you stick, whatever got you here, stick to that. Stick to that, because the leveling strategy is there. And when you start to level the account, you'll see the progression. You'll see how you're able to hold trades longer. You'll see how you become more robotic in your trades. You'll see that you only get out once a certain thing happens. Instead of just chasing a candle, you'll understand, I have an expectation of a level, or I have an expectation of the legs, or we're above the water, no reason to leave the trade, things like that, right? It just takes time for me to repeat the same thing over and over and over, and you'll get it. And then also you're going to start seeing these patterns over and over and over. But that teal, oh boy, that teal. Oh man, we had a good day. Look, we had second bite at the apple right here, so you got to be careful. The market's kind of doing weird stuff right now, so we're underneath the water, and we're heavy underneath the water. We're underneath the water and heavy. You know, the current is pulling us down. Remember I told you about the current, right? Even though the swimmer is trying to swim up, the current's too strong. And I wish I had the ability to hold till the 5 like I wanted to, but I just don't have that ability. We need to know who we are as traders. I'm going to mark out low a day really quick. I'm going to highlight it so you know it's low a day. We need to know who we are as traders. So just don't over leverage. Don't over leverage. Take the money, even if it's $3 gosh damn dollars. We got to learn how to be happy with that. This is how you make your heart humble. Once you get humble and you're okay with the slow growth, that's building a strong foundation. Because fast money comes with slow problems, or is it fast money comes with fast problems? Whatever. whatever the saying is. But the slow money will build a strong foundation. And we need to build this foundation first. And building the foundation starts with paper trading. It simply must. It starts with paper trading. And I know no one wants to hear that. I'm not going to sit here for $150 and not take the plays and hear everyone printing money and this and that, and hear LST's shitty ass laugh, his little he, that ugly ass nasty laugh. No one wants to hear that. I get it. But that's what the answer is. That is the answer. I prove it every day. Every single day we do this. There's no surprise here. Now, I still get happy and giddy like a little kid because, number one, you know, whenever the members are doing well, it's a very electrifying feeling. There's nothing else like it, I'll tell you that. It's better than heroin. And I don't know that to be true for a fact. So I'm being hyperbolic right now, but whenever you all win, when the Discord members are winning, man, that's something else. That is something else. But it's important we understand like how fast this happened, right? Look how fast all this happened. That's another reason to let us know we had some momentum, some strength behind us. And if I'm being 100% honest, I kind of overtraded a little bit. So I got in late on the break of this blue. I had just got back and I was like, all right, let's see what we got. I had just got back and I got in late on the break of this blue. And then this candle right here took me out because I chased it because we're at the key level. And then I had to get back in. So a little bit of over trading for me, but I don't know what else to say. It was pretty obvious what needed to happen. And then, you know, once teal hit, look how perfect teal is. Look how perfect. You got to rewind the tape. Remember, I said this was going to happen. I said it was going to do exactly this right here. Before it happened. You know, and I also had my little shoulder right here. Exactly on VWAP. None of this is an accident. This is all data. It's all data and vibes. Betters are here. Betters are here. Oh, man. I'm gonna respond to Raul. Train like you fight. So whatever you're doing the right thing. Train like you fight. You need to do exactly whatever you're saying you're doing because, you know, you already know the reason. You already know the reason, so I think it's a very smart what you're doing. Very smart, very intelligent. Because you're not missing anything, right? We do this every day. You're not missing anything. Now, granted, we had the last couple days have been absolute bangers. But keep doing what you're doing. Don't change it up now. Don't change it up now. Because, you know, you don't want that greed to set in. When the greed sets in, it's gonna ruin everything, man. I'm telling you. Because I've been greedy before. See, I wish I had the ability to hold through this type of stuff for, like, you know, in my mind, I'm like, look, the 5's right here. It's probably going to hit the 5. But I just don't have that. You know, I don't have it in me to hold through this type of drawdown. Okay, so the only reasonable play from here for the put side is going to be BRR underneath 5. The Discord members know what that is. So we want to look for BRR underneath the 5. Otherwise, we have to watch out for a liquidity grab off the 5 and then BRR above 1742. So for the put side, something like this. For the call side, gosh dang it. Hold on, my Tourette's kicked in. From here where we are right now, this is what it needs to look like, okay? However, if you made money today, call it a damn day. Call it a gosh darn day. There's no reason to sit here and do this all day. You know, you already won. You won. Take the win. Don't be a sore winner and keep trying to, what is it, like rub it in. You already won. Okay, I'm gonna let this settle out. I'm gonna come back and make up some more plays. Give me a few seconds. I need to get up and walk around, circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Do not overtrade. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to lastbytrading.com so I can get you sorted. But remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. If you took a loss today, I don't know how. But don't worry, there's help. The help is in the form of lifespytrading.com. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. All right, it looks like it might be like ugly and choppy. So you see the environment we're in, right? We're in this environment now. So ugly and choppy. So if you're taking a trade, you have to be very uncomfortable with your stop, right? You see where you're, if you, let's say, for example, if you want to look for puts, your stop has to be very uncomfortable. Probably above 1876. And then we have, let's see, what is this? 1651. Okay, so 1650, where's that? $16.51, somewhere around here. All right, so the bottom on our 5-minute chart, the bottom of this lick box is at 1651-ish. So that might line up with the 5. But we'll see. So if you're in puts, your stop has to be uncomfortable because you see the volatility we're in. It's not going to be pretty. If you made money today, you need to think about calling it a day. Again, let's use some analysis really quick. Let's get the data we want. We see the bottom of this lick box here is at whatever the shit is I have here, somewhere around 1646, but we see a key level at 1651, right? That might line up with our 5. But if you're taking puts, it's going to be uncomfortable. You see the environment. Meaning they might reach up, stop you out, smack you in the face, and then keep going. Now, if we get above this, if we get above 1876, you got to start to look the other way. Really quick, while I got everyone's attention, maybe. Pay attention, wake up. Okay. Okay. Bottom of the lick box, right? Bottom of the lick box. You know, I know it's not gonna. Okay. Next key level, 715. I told you, if you're in puts, your stop needs to be uncomfortable. So I was maybe trying to tell you what to do. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I told you, if you're in puts, this is where your stop needs to be, up here. It's going to be uncomfortable, but I think it worked out for us, right? I kept pointing you to at least the bottom of the lick box. At least the bottom of the lick box, right? Now we're testing 1521. So this, you know, if you didn't get in on puts already, if you didn't use the lick box as a guide and don't fight the trend, right? Use the lick box as a guide. Don't fight the trend. What this means is if we break below, retest and reject the lick box, then you're guiding off of the lick box. Now, if you're waiting for the BRR under the 5, now it's time to pay attention. And we knew that the call scenario had to be up here, right? It had to be up here. What is this? 718.99? 718.99 right here. So let's say 719. It had to be up here was the call scenario. Otherwise, use the lick box as a guide. Don't fight the trend. The trend is going down. Here's the lick box. We saw we broke, retest, and rejected the lick box. And we were expecting to at least get to the bottom of this 5-minute lick box here, which it actually hit it quick. So 7:15.72. So the 5 is somewhere around here. Now we have to make sure we're not going to grab liquidity from the 5 and head straight back up to about 7:17.28, right? So we need to protect. Now we're at the 5, right? Here, look. We're at the 5 now. We need to make sure we're not going to do this, grab liquidity, and then do this. Back into this right here. So that's why it's important that we wait for the break, the retest, and the reject of the 5. It has to do something like this. Does everyone understand? Let me make sure everyone understands. Hold on, let me go back to the thing. One of the OGs, you guys paying attention? Let me get someone to know that they understand so they can explain just in case I step away. Let me get someone to Roger up. Somebody. Okay, so I'm going to assume no one understands what the setup is. Okay, someone understands. Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure. Because look, we hit the target, right? We hit the target. We knew that the 5 was most likely going to be a target. And the way we were going to get there was using the lick box as a guide and not fighting the trend. That's how we knew we were going to get here. Now we're here. Now we need to see what they want to do. Maybe we can use this one here. We're going to see. All right, while this is settling out, I'm going to take this opportunity to show people on TikTok and people on YouTube I'm going to show you guys why it's very valuable to be in the Discord. Not only do we have the setups way ahead of time, not only do we have a pretty good setup today, but here, look, I'm going to share my screen so everyone's going to see all my internet history. No, I'm just kidding. Hold on, I'm going to share my screen really quick. Let that settle out. Oh, wait. We're going to go to the trading plan. Look at the date. Look at the time. We're seeing some volatility in pre-market. Look for a play off the 5 MA. Okay? This is before the market opened. This is way before the market opened. Okay? Look for a play off the 5 MA. How are we going to get there? Let's look at this micro inverse cup and handle. We want to see the price spike up to about it's 22. It's a little bit above let's say it's 721.87, right? We want to see the price spike up there before the pullback, and we want to break this teal, right? All right, let's look what happened in real life. You see it spiked up right here, right? Look where it spiked up, and then it broke the teal. It broke the teal right here. So it spiked up to exactly where we knew it was going to spike up to, and then broke this teal. Here, watch. Micro inverse cup and handle. Spike up. Break the teal. Spike up. Break the teal. Okay. So if you're still not convinced on what you need to do with your life, this isn't for you. This isn't for you. If you don't see the data right in front of your face telling you exactly what you need to do with your life, this isn't for you. I can only be perfect, but so much. It's up to you to take charge of your own life. You need to take charge of your life. You need to invest in yourself. It's going to cost you $150. You've burned $150 on random shit in the past, right? You've burned $150 at the bar. This is a month of information you're going to get. A month. But if I got to sit here and convince you, then it's probably not for you. It's not for everybody. Now look, the market went down from opening, right? 719.94 to 715. That's a lot of movement. That's a lot of movement in a day. So if they wanted to fade to the side right here, that wouldn't be unreasonable, right? For this to happen, a lot needs to happen for this path right here. Okay, hold on. Hold on. If you took the rejection of the 5, like I have drawn here, you need to protect this trade. You need to start protecting this trade, right? We got back up to this lick box here. Protect the trade. You know it's going to be volatile. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. What I am saying is protect the trade. This is, you know, you're scalping because we're in the downtrend, right? So you got to be scalping this. Just don't be greedy. You'll be fine. We're going to get it. We're going to get there. A little bit at a time. It's not going to happen overnight. Look at the money. Look at the money. Okay. You know who we haven't seen? The mascot. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Where have you been all day? This is too easy. Oh my goodness. You couldn't pay me to be a lawyer or a doctor or an engineer. I respect those trades, but I don't want a pay cut. No, thank you. No, thank you. This is too easy. Just don't overstay your welcome, okay? Take the money if you see it. You'll learn how to play it next time. You're gathering data. You're gathering information. Look at the money. Look at the money we just printed. Chen, you can't hold the key level was the 5, right? So you need to make your decision at the 5. You need to protect trades. You can't just let it go against you. You have to protect your trade. When I'm saying protect your trade, that means you need to move your stop to at least to break even, or remove your stop so your risk. Because remember, on the break of the lick box, the risk was to the top of the lick box, 1876. So when I'm saying protect the trade, you at least need to start mitigating some of that loss. And then once you get comfortable, then you start adjusting your stop to break even. And then we hit key level. This is where you need to make a decision. You don't hold until it goes against you. Because this is... Take your time. It's going to take a little bit of time. Just take your time. Yeah. Take the money. Take the money, dude. It's gonna take you time. You don't. From here, 17. This is 2 full points. This is 2 full points from the lick box to the 5. Asking for more than that we can't do that. We take your time, brother. Just take your time. Even if it's $3, you can't swing for the fence every single time. You know, we gotta understand the risk. Understand, you know, whenever you see this line right here, this is a shit ton of liquidity here. Excuse my French. This is a shit ton of liquidity. This is the risk now, right? We went from the entry to key level. We went exactly to the key level. So if we were to break and retest, you need to adjust your stops. You can't just let it go all this time and not adjust your stop. Look how much it went in profit. You have to adjust your stops. You can't let it. Okay. I mean, we're still below the water, I guess. So, you know, I would just prefer if you took profit when you see it. This is crazy money right here. This is really good. This is really good money right here. This is 2 full points, more than that. You know, when the market moves 2 points, you gotta move your stop. You have to at least break even. Don't let it go against you. It's okay. We'll you can't let it go against you. You gotta, when I'm saying adjust your stops, that's what I mean. I mean to literally adjust your stops so you're mitigating loss or you're in profit. So we're still below the water here. We're far below the water here. So on the 5 minute, if we start to break and retest above 1868, you gotta look the other way, brother. If we do this, you gotta look the other way. But just for the future, if we move 2 points, you gotta protect your trade. At least minimum break even. Minimum break even. You got a little bit of wiggle room here. It's gonna be uncomfortable though. This is gonna be uncomfortable. And also try not to risk more than your last profit, right? So if you want $100 on the last trade, don't risk $100, right? Risk maybe 50, maybe, because we want to leave green at the end of the day. But for the future, if the market moves 2 points, you got to protect the trade. Got to protect the trade. You know, I'll let you guys know. Adjust your stops, protect the trade. This means that's when you need to start moving your stop. You still got a little bit of wiggle room here. Still got a little bit of wiggle room, so if we can get back underneath this lick box, you should at least be able to break even. But we have to worry about the retest right here. Well, I'm not sure when you entered, but you might be okay. Just not. I mean, look, you have a chance to mitigate risk now. I'm not sure when you entered, but if you entered on the bottom of the lick box, you should be okay. You should be at least to break even right now, or somewhere close to where you're not negative, or very little negative. Because look at this candle right here. So you. But 2 points, I mean, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. 2 points, 2 full points is a lot. That's like a really good day. That's a really good day on one trade. So we need to have realistic expectations. There we go. That's all of that to say, realistic expectations. God damn it, I was just talking on mute. I'll say it again because I don't know what everyone heard, but the entry was on the bottom of the lick box. If you got in on this momentum candle expecting it to just cascade down, rethink that next time, because the 5 was in the way. We had the 5 in the way. And again, 2 points is a lot of movement in one trade. So first of all, the entry was underneath the lick box. And second of all, your risk was to the 5. Because remember, I was saying, even from up here, I know that most likely the market's going to hit the 5. Remember I said that? It's probably going to hit the 5. You know, past that, great. We don't, okay, look. Okay, if you stuck through it, then I'm not sure if you're broke even yet, but you have an opportunity now to break. I'm not sure when you got in, so it's hard for me to say it. Let's hope you get another bite at the apple on the 5 right here. Let's hope this is a weak cycle on the 5. I'm here. I'm just going to be quiet. I'm just watching. If you're still in it, you're gonna have to hold for dear life, man. Because a lot needs to happen to break this trend, but it may be ugly. You might have to hold for dear life. What? Chen, did you make it out alive? Here's the lesson. I think this is, man, very important lesson. If you see the market move 2 points in your favor, you have to, at minimum, protect the trade. When I'm saying protect the trade, adjust your stop, that's what I mean by that. That's what I mean. And again, you know, when you're up 120%, that means you win. That's the end of the game, right? You win. That's what that means. If you're still in it, you're going to have to hold for dear life. A lot needs to happen to break the trend. But, man, 120%. You can't walk away from 120%, dude. You got to take 120%. Now, look, if it does go in your favor, you cannot be upset. You can't be like, man, I knew I should have. You can't do that. Okay? You cannot do that because you're going to ruin your mental state. So if this magenta breaks, then we're going to look for 1817. And then for any calls, we need to not only break the magenta, but retest the lick box before it heads up. Otherwise, you don't want to fight the trend too much. And remember, whenever you see this right here, so look, this is the 5 MA. And then where's the 20? This is our 20 MA. These levels here, a lot of liquidity. A lot of liquidity. So it's going to get hectic around these areas. And also, on one more thing, start to use the 5. Use the 5. Guide off the 5. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be quiet though. I'm still here. I'm just being quiet. Also, the put scenario is BRR under the 5 for puts. So this would have been your quote unquote safety. But if you're taking the risk from the lick box, you know, then to the 5 would have been all you could ask for. And remember, if we're going counter trend, then we're scalping, right? So if our trend is going down, if we're trying to go counter the trend, this is a scalp. And then you can only ask from level to level to level. But look, you should be, again, really close to at least breaking even. I don't know where you entered, but you still have an opportunity. But if you're going to hold, then you know where your risk is, right? It's on the 5. If you're still in, you're hoping for the weak cycle, right? The weak cycle on the 5. On the 30, the leg still got some room. Also, in the future, if you get caught in a trade and it starts to do some weird stuff, there's things we can do to see what the most likely path is next, and whether calls or puts, right? What you need to do is zoom out, look at the higher time frames. Are you above or below the water? Did we break certain levels? Are we above or below the water? How far the legs apart? Those are the things you need to consider, okay? So zoom out, above or below the water, did we break a certain level? Zoom out again, how far the legs? Remember, a lot needs to happen for the, look at the trend, right? We're in the downtrend. A lot needs to happen for this trend to even have consideration to break. A lot needs to happen, so. So if you're holding, maybe get another bite at that apple. And good lesson, whenever you see this squiggly yellow or the squiggly purple or the squiggly red, those are moving averages. High levels of liquidity. It's going to get hectic around these areas. one more thing. Let's say this does go in your favor, right? And we get back down to the 5 and even underneath. If that does happen, you can't therefore look back and say, oh man, I knew I should have. I knew I should have. The reason why that's unreasonable is because we already know you didn't have an exit plan. You had no exit strategy. And also, if you go through the lessons that I provide, the lessons will tell you you're either taking your profit on key level, waiting for this one of these trends to break, right? If you're in puts, you'd be waiting for this magenta to break, or you're waiting for the legs. If you're below the water, then you're below the water. You're waiting for the legs to close, something like that. You have to have an exit strategy. It can't just be, I'm going to hold until I feel good. There has to be an exit strategy. So have your exit strategy ahead of time. When I say know who you are as a trader, know what you feel comfortable with. Do you feel comfortable with taking at key level? Do you feel comfortable with taking profit at a certain, hey, I made $50, I'm out? Are you going to hold for the week cycle? This is what you need to know that before you take a trade. Know what the expectation is and have realistic expectations or vibes. Okay, listen, Chen. So now that you have the data that we just went over, now look, watch. Next time you take the trade, I don't know when you got in, but let's say you're in puts, right? Let's say you got in underneath the liquidity box. You're either going to target a key level, which was 716.45 at the time, or high levels of liquidity, which was the 5, which I kind of repeated 5MA over and over. Those were your could have been possible targets if you're just staring at the charts. Now, if you want to use some of the other strategies, you also have below the water, right? Below the water, above the water. Or you're waiting for the legs to close. So you're waiting for the legs to close, you're above or below the water, or you're taking at key level. This has to be, you have to have an exit strategy. You have to have an exit because a trade involves entry and exit. So know what your exit is. All right, we're going to look to see what happens on this blue here. I want to overlay teal . Okay. If we get back down to this teal here, look for this. Which should give us a break and a retest and a rejection of the 5. Okay, one more thing. On our 5-minute chart, you know, when it got a little bit hectic, I told you if we get above this, what is this? 1866, you know, you might want to start to look the other way at this point here. So we had a little bit of room. That's why I kept saying you got some space here. So if you're holding, you're going to have to hold. But this technically probably should have been your stop loss, which is why I have it marked out with the lick box. But if it goes in your favor, you can't look back and say shoulda, woulda, coulda, because we went through it together, like in real time. We literally went through it together. I told you, you're gonna have to hold. It's gonna be uncomfortable. You're gonna have to hold for the week cycle. So for puts, this would probably be our best bet here. It needs to retest this, come back up here, and then start to reject wherever I have it. Probably somewhere really close to this. I'm probably off by a few cents here, but something like this needs to happen for puts.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
So staying inside of this magenta here would be beneficial for puts. If we break this magenta, then you got to go level by level. We got about little under 4 minutes on this candle right here that just started. So when I'm telling everyone, you know, I'm not the type that can hold through this type of drawdown. I like to go to key level and get out. It's because not that I don't know that it's not that I know, but not that I don't have an idea it's gonna go somewhere. It's just that I'm not willing to risk this type of drawdown. Me personally, I'm not willing to risk it. That's why I take key level. I go in heavy, I get my money, and I get out. Because this type of stuff right here, I'm just not cut out for this. But we went over it, right? I was like, look, you shouldn't be out until we get up here. This technically should be your out, but at least we're here. You have an opportunity now, if you're second guessing, to break even or something. Again, I don't know when you entered your trade, but the fact still remains. The fact still remains. We have to have an exit strategy. A trade consists of an entry and an exit. And if you don't let your exit strategy play out, then you're never going to know, what's going to be the thing for you. For me, I take it at key level. That's what I'm okay with. And I wait for the next setup. And if the next setup never happens, then that means I don't need to take a trade. And I'm okay with that. This is an ugly wick on a 30-minute chart. This is a very ugly wick on a 30-minute chart. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. I'm focusing. All right, it's 13. It's 13. It's after lunch. Now let's see what they want to do. Look, you see we got a little bit of no man's land in between these two liquidity boxes, right? All right, I highlighted this magenta here and this teal here. So there's probably not a lot to do in between this magenta and teal. And then for the call side, not only it's a if then. If we break this magenta and break and retest the lick box, then we'll take a call. And then same thing to the downside. If we retest this teal and then retest and reject somewhere around here, then we'll take the put. So a lot needs to happen in the next 2 hours or so. And this is so we don't get caught in here. I'm here. I'm just going to be quiet. I'm going to step away for a second. Okay, let's see what we got. Clean up the chart just a bit. All right, so let's see if we can break the green and then, hold on, wait. Let's see if we can break this magenta here and then retest the lick box. Just gonna clean up the chart just a bit. Look, we have VWAP right at key level 719. So you got to measure risk to reward to VWAP. So essentially we want to wait for a break and retest, reject of VWAP, right? That's probably what it wants to look like. So the reason why we want to wait for this is because we got to watch out for this right here. Hold on, I'm going to clean this up really quick. I'm going to clean this up. Let me show you the risk. We want to make sure that we're not doing this. So probably a 50-50 right here. So it's important that we wait for not only the break of magenta, we break, retest, and reject, so we know that we're unlikely to, the BRR up here is gonna give us a higher probability that we're not gonna just make this bigger bolt down.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
If we get under, what is that? 1722, we probably got to look the other way. So right now we're looking up. If we get under 1722, we probably got to look the other way. Nice house though. Throw your phone on the floor. All right, so we broke the magenta here. We went back and retested it. So now we need to see if they're gonna build some strength off of the magenta to get us above this lick box to retest and reject it, right? This lick box has, this is all the liquidity in here. So whenever this breaks, it's gonna move, but we gotta make sure we have enough time for that. I put this 1722 here so we know to look the other way if it gets below, right? I'm just a little concerned that we don't have enough time, enough runway for the day, and we might chop inside this shadow box. This shadow chop zone right here. I'm gonna put an alert on this 1722, and I'll do another one. I want to do one on the top of the lick box. All right, so I got my alerts in between 1867 and 1722. I'll make them red so we can see. Or I'll make this one green and this one red. And when those alerts get set off, then we'll take a look. All right, it's dancing right here on our Green Ranger right here. So we want to see if they're going to grab the liquidity from this 1867 before they head down, or are we going to break it, retest, and reject? All right, alert went off. Let's see what we got. Now we hit, if you took the break of this magenta right here that's highlighted, you need to protect this trade now. All right, we reached the top of this liquidity box right here. Now remember, the what is this? VWAP is exactly where we knew it was going to be at 719. So measure risk to reward. So on the break of this magenta here, let's say, we'll be a little more. Let's say 1844. You got in at 1844 to 1886. This is over our 30 cents. So technically, we consider this a win, but we'll see how far we can get with it. Now you would have had to hold for the retracement back down to retest. What is this? This teal. And your stop loss should have been probably under here. Should have been under 1634. But this is a winner, so we're just going to let it play out. Let's see if we hit the target. Oh, come on. They're not going to give me 2 cents. 2 cents? Come on now. Give me the 2 cents. One from 95. All right, target hit. Now anything after this, that's on you. Now you need to figure out what you want to do with your life. Because we figured that the 50-50 was probably at VWAP, right? So we didn't know that ahead of time, but you know, it kind of just made sense. So all of that happened. If you took this trade here, which I highlighted, right? You see it's highlighted. Look, let me show you what I mean. So if I click on it, it's highlighted with a 2. And you notice the difference between this magenta and this magenta, right? You see the difference? How one of them's thicker? When it's highlighted like this, this is a higher confidence level. So the entry on the break of magenta, if you took magenta, if you're waiting for the break and retest, then wait for it. There's nothing wrong with that. But this one, we're going to have to call this one a win. Just don't overstay your welcome. We're late in the day. If you made $3, be happy with the damn $3. We hit exactly the target VWAP. We knew it was going to be right here. We knew it was going to be right here. Now we need to see if they're going to make, what is this? 1867. We want to see if they're going to make this some type of support before they lift off again. And remember, I'm just freehand drawing this stuff. I don't know that the 50-50 is going to be here or not. You have to pay attention to the price, not to the actual. Yeah, you need to pay attention to the price to the right. This is just me freehand drawing. I'm going to be off to the side. I'm going to be quiet for a little bit.
rage on that beat, going crazy.
Okay, so look, I know I have the 50-50 right here, and that's exactly where it went down. That's just good luck, right? That was luck. I didn't know that this was gonna happen exactly right here, right now. That was just luck. But what we did know is that we needed to break, retest, form support at 1867 to see if there's going to be liftoff. We did know that, right? So if you took this flexion here, this 50-50 here, because this never happened, so the only other option was the put, right? Because it didn't form, because it didn't break, retest, and reject, it broke. It went exactly to the 50-50. Now you need to adjust your stops. You need to at least protect the trade, minimum. It went exactly to VWAP and then rejected on VWAP. Let me clean up the chart just a bit. And the reason why I'm saying to protect the trade now, right, from the rejection here to protect the trade is because we have to make sure we don't get caught on this chop here. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to be reasonable, to collect the money if you see money. All right, the alert went off. Let's see what we got. If you took this flexion point, you need to protect your trade. Adjust your stops. So now you understand when I tell you the if then, right? If or if and. If we break this magenta here, we also want to break, retest, and reject. All of that needed to happen. Otherwise, if that doesn't happen, there's no trade. Or if let's say if it were just to shoot up and continue on, then we just would have had to be okay with that. That wasn't our trade. But the A+ setup for calls over here would have looked like this. A break, a retest, and a reject. We had a break, the retest, and it never rejected above 1867, right? Very simple. And now we see the hesitation exactly on 1722. So we have 1 minute left on this candle. I'm just going to borrow this chart, or I'm going to borrow this one really quick. All right, I'm going to take some off the table here. I'm going to take a little bit off the table, secure some profit. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure why they just stopped me out on my first set of contracts. It didn't even... They just stopped me out. It didn't even look like it... It didn't even look like it broke my stop. I don't even know why it just stopped me out. What? Why? They just stopped me out on my first set for... It didn't even touch my stop. That is a little upsetting. What? Why did it stop me out? It just stopped me out right here for absolutely no reason. For absolutely no reason. I was safe. I was like... What? Bruh, I'm about to rage quit. Why did it just stop me out? It wasn't even really close. I mean, it was close, but it didn't even touch it. What is that? Why? Come on, man. I mean, it was close, but it didn't even like cross the line. It just got close to it, didn't cross it. What the hell? Bro, that's not cool. Why'd they do that? What? Bro, I'm upset. I think I'm like a little bit upset. It just stopped me out for absolutely no reason. Okay. Wow. Wow, that's upsetting. All right, this one just took me out. Man, that messed up my whole game plan, man. I wanted to wait till second bite at the apple. Okay, I'm gonna rage quit. I'm gonna rage quit. What the hell, dude? Why? I'm gonna rage quit. Or am I being greedy? I might be being greedy. We had a very good day today, but I could have got a little bit. I don't even know why they stopped. I didn't. Now I'm hurt. I'm hurt. Why? I was trying to make it over first wave. I had plenty of... Okay. I'm going to get up and walk away for a little bit. I'm going to get up and walk away. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay. I'm gonna rage quit. I'm rage quitting. I'm actually gonna rage quit. Come on, man. I don't know what just happened, but come on, man. Bro, this is... Yeah, I'm gonna rage quit. I'm serious. I'm gonna rage quit. This was a good trade. I was a little bit late, but it was still a great trade. Oh my God. Look. There's no way. There's no way. Yeah, I'm gonna rage quit. There's absolutely no way that just happened. I'm gonna get up and walk away for a little bit to see if I can relax or something, but I feel like they just stole money from me. Am I being petty? I feel like they just stole money from me. It never crossed my line. I'm gonna get up and walk away. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm trying my darndest to not give a shit about what just happened, but I can't. Just can't, man. The customer service, they're not gonna do anything. They're just gonna. I don't even know what to do. I'm so upset. I feel like they just literally stole money from me. Look at this move. Look at this move down all the way down to here. Where was it? 17. Man, this is almost a what? like over half a point, man. That's upsetting. I mean, I'm trying not to. I'm trying to be gracious about it, but man, it all of a sudden it just randomly said, you know, it randomly stopped me out for absolutely no reason. What is that? I mean, it was close, but it didn't even cross the line. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do because I can't focus on this shit anymore. I can't believe they just stole all this money. It was right here on 1436. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. Why? I'm trying to think. Maybe I moved it by accident. Maybe I mean, I know I didn't, but I'm just trying to understand what just happened. Why did it stop me out? Come on, man. Look at it. God damn it. It better go up. It better not go down. It better go up. No, see, no, I'm rage quitting. Okay. All right, look, I'm rage. Nope. This is me. I'm rage quitting because I'm not going to be good to anybody. I'm not going to be good to anybody. I'm calling it. All right, look. Okay, for everyone else. We're at our first trade here. It was a call. It was a call entry. We wanted to see if we were going to get to 2176. Yeah, we had some significant drawdown here. I was actually late on this one. I got in at 9:58 and then immediately it turned around on me. Luckily, I had my stop below the last low. I let it run. We broke this other green. We rode it up. I got out a little early. I got out somewhere here. It continued for a little bit more. And then we understood that we were in this blue. Once the blue broke, we had an entry here and here for blue. At this point here, I had the flexion drawn way ahead of time. I had this drawn like 9:45ish, between 9:45 and 10:10. Between this time here, I had already had this drawn. This one played out perfect, like literally perfect. It couldn't get any better than this. I think we had another opportunity for a put under here, when I wrote something up here, I forgot what, but it was a break and retest underneath our liquidity box right here, and then we knew to ride that to the 5 MA. Once we got here, I think there was a scalp opportunity on this push up above the lick box again, and to this green there was another. You could have scalped to this green, and then from here, everyone, if you're here now, you're probably here then, but we identified the long-term bolt down like this, which was signified by the perfection on the 50-50 right here, right? I didn't move this. I'm just showing you where it is, exactly where I put it. This was the 50-50 for the bolt down. So in order for the price to go up, we needed to see a break, a retest, and a rejection here. So because we already knew that this was a 50-50 and it happened exactly on the damn 50-50. Now look, whenever you see me draw the path and stuff like this, this was luck. This was luck. The fact that it happened exactly on the 50-50, that's luck. I know that. You need to understand that. And the reason why I'm saying that is so you don't blindly just, take trades. And then when we broke this, what is this? When we broke this teal here, we knew we had a good chance that we were going to test this red. So all that happened. I wanted to get back to the red because we had an idea that it might chop in here. Man, whatever. Anyways, that's where we are. So this is me rage quitting because even though we had a good day, we had a very good day, but that's upsetting. That's upsetting to me. That's very upsetting. And I'm probably being greedy but my mind's not into it anymore. So I'm probably going to be good. I'm not going to be good to anybody. Just being honest. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com on the bottom right of your screen. We're going to do it again tomorrow. YouTube, it's been a pleasure. Have a good day. Goodbye.